einfach momentan, da fehlen auch Personal und auch Kompetenz. Gut, wir haben noch.
Well, we are reaching 2 p.m. Geneva time. I would like to ask you to mute yourself if you're not speaking or giving a presentation. So please kindly mute. I'm still having some background noise. And I think we can start. I see it's 2 o'clock here in Geneva. So welcome everybody to the workshop on the role of hydrogen to attain carbon neutrality. We're excited about this workshop because we made it possible with the help from two group of experts of the UNECE group of experts on renewable energy, gas, and clean electricity systems. And we are really grateful to chairs and vice chairs who helped us to make this workshop happen. So please mind some housekeeping rules. We are operating in a virtual mode. We are excited that this workshop is translated also in Russian, so you can choose your English or Russian channel. Please again mute your microphone and switch off your camera for the better broadband connection if you're not talking. So please mute your microphones again. And for discussions in the breakout session and in plenary, please, we encourage you to use raise your hand function and the chat function to make any comments or ask questions. So what to expect? We plan for you a 3-hour session and a lot of learning experience, dialogue, and fun. We are convening now in a plenary session where we will be hearing some opening speeches and keynote speeches from distinguished guests, and also an interesting case study from Ukraine. Then we will be migrating to breakout sessions, and you all received a different login details for those breakout sessions based on what you indicated in your registration. Then at 4 p.m. Geneva time, we will be reconvening again in the plenary session. We will be hearing back from what we learned and discussed in the breakout sessions. And also a very interesting presentation on Hydrogen Act for Europe from Mark Wouters. So please come again to this plenary mode and session at 4 p.m. Now I would like to, without any further ado, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Florian Marco, who is the vice chair of the group of experts on gas and also co-chair of the UNECE task force on hydrogen. And Florian was the one who really initiated our activities on hydrogen at the UNECE in September 2019, and since then has been really a real champion and on pushing, I would say, hydrogen activities in the UNECE. So we're really grateful to have Florian with us today, and I would like to give you, Florian, now the floor. And again, encourage everybody to mute your microphones in case you're not speaking, so that we are not having any background noise. Thank you. And Florian, the floor is yours. We cannot hear you, Florian, in case you're speaking. So I know that Florian was with us a moment ago.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Perfect. So, hello again. Thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you for the nice introduction. My name is Florian Marco. I'm working for the Federal Ministry for Climate Action of Austria. But today I'm introducing you to this workshop from a position as vice chair of the group of experts on gas and also as a co-chair of the UNECE Hydrogen Task Force. Welcome to this workshop, Attaining Carbon Neutrality and the Role of Hydrogen. But at first, before I go give you a kind of a bird's view, let me give the floor to Mr. Dimitri Mariasin, who is a newly appointed Deputy Executive Secretary of the UNECE, who, as I heard, showed also great interest in this very interesting topic of hydrogen. Mr. Mariasin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marco, and really appreciating your welcome On behalf of the UNECE and our Executive Secretary, Madame Gayerova, I'd like to welcome you to today's workshop that will look at a very, very important topic of exploring paths to carbon neutrality through hydrogen. We will discuss the progress and what is now commonly called hydrogen economy, and I think the workshop will make a big contribution to understanding the technical, economic, and frankly speaking, public relations, communications obstacles in this path. For many years, we at UNECE have promoted economic cooperation and regional cooperation in the ECE region. We do it through multiple means, including by developing standards, norms, and regulations. And for example, relevant to the topic of today is the agreement concerning the international carriage of dangerous goods by road, ADR. Well, dangerous goods, of course, creates an expectation of something really dangerous, but definitely hydrogen is covered by this agreement. I was really interested to discover that it has a particular number, a 4-digit UN number. UN 1966 stands for liquid hydrogen. And of course, it's good that we have these international means of regulating the transport of hydrogen amongst other goods. But I'd like us to focus today, and I hope that the workshop will really focus on hydrogen as not a danger, but an opportunity. And an opportunity to achieve carbon neutrality and other important climate targets in an innovative way. I'm very pleased to report to you that in November 2020, our Committee on Sustainable Energy discussed a document called Hydrogen, an Innovative Solution for Carbon Neutrality. And perhaps this can be seen as a backgrounder for today's discussion. The document proposes quite a few recommendations to member states and other actors. Among other things, it talks about science-based terminology, which is required for us to be able to talk about hydrogen in a more systemic fashion. It also talks about, important technical elements such as electrolyzer deployment or use of guarantees of origin schemes, and very importantly and naturally, and I think today's workshop is part of that, it calls for much stronger collaboration within the region and between UNECE and, in fact, other regional commissions. I think this cooperation is what we need to further advance. Notably, a few players from the UNECE region have come up with decarbonization strategies in which hydrogen plays an important role. Let me just mention the hydrogen roadmap for Europe, the hydrogen economy document from Russia, and the United States hydrogen strategy, amongst the documents that have been adopted recently. These strategies are a good source of information and inspiration for others. We have also started working with our member states on the practical measures to introduce hydrogen-oriented documents and strategies at national level. One such example is the project that resulted in developing a draft roadmap for production of and use of hydrogen in Ukraine. And we hope that it will serve as a basis for a hydrogen strategy for Ukraine. And I think UNECE going forward can work with other countries on similar documents, and we stand ready to provide this support through our excellent team, and in fact several teams, because I think hydrogen will be a topic that connects several of UNECE divisions. So today's workshop is an opportunity for us as the Economic Commission for Europe to learn about how we can support the countries better in accelerating this transition. And I'm very glad that we have quite a lot of participants in the workshop from various countries. And that's why I hope that the workshop will generate interesting learnings, inspiration for all of us, and then will result in a concrete pipeline of projects, ideas, technical assistance, initiatives that UNECE can support. Wishing you a very good discussion and thanking you for giving me the opportunity to open the workshop today.
Thank you, Mr. Mariasin. Thank you for your kind introduction, highlighting also the work done already by UNECE for hydrogen, and also in order to achieve climate neutrality with hydrogen. So as a moderator of today's workshop, I want to kind of frame it to you what we are also quite here for today, what has been done already so far from our technical side. So the UNECE Hydrogen Task Force has been founded after a deep dive for the role of gas in achieving the 2030 agenda in 2019, because at also this time the synergies and also the highlighting of this topic really arose from Europe. Also in other parts of the world, we saw there's a clear opportunity also for UNECE to make things happen and also to make an impact. Afterwards, we also had a joint workshop together with the group of experts of renewable energy and the groups of experts on gas regarding now decarbonization through synergies between electricity and the gas sector in 2020, in September 2020. As you might know, that hydrogen is one of the main key energy vectors in integrating the energy sectors. And following, as Mr. Mariasin already has told us before, the group of experts of gas introduced a document to the Committee on Sustainable Energy, where we addressed several issues of hydrogen as an innovative solution to carbon neutrality and how to be further active in these fields. And so that's what we've done so far. And the question for us today is really, as I already pointed out, what can the UNECE do more? Because the transition to a really pure new energy model will drastically reform all the ways of energy generation, supply, storage, and consumption as we have already had and as we know together. And this requires a really practically carbon neutral energy generation, improvement of all levels of energy efficiency, and new ways of decarbonizing deep into industry, into vehicles application, and also construction power generation. Yeah, and we all know it from the different studies that in order to meet the energy transition in the EU and the UNECE, yeah, there has to be a big scale up also for renewable technologies, and especially also renewable hydrogen. So we've got a lot of activities now there between the different states, between the different member states, between the different regions, aiming to reach their climate and energy targets according to the Paris Agreement, like also the EU trying to and striving to reach climate neutrality in 2050 with the Green Deal. But many states have simply different potentials and different focuses. So it's also the question of the UNECE and how we can address that, how these different strategies and focuses in energy policy and energy measures can work together, and what's here the basic idea for the UNECE, how to help also with these different kind of levels and different regionalities with it. Simply from a sort of the Austrian perspective, I see that also Austria is currently developing this regional strategy for hydrogen with achieving climate neutrality already 2040 and want to have renewable electricity 100% in 2030. And even if from a state where the renewability is quite enhanced already, we see that gaseous molecules like hydrogen, renewable hydrogen, are simply essential for deep decarbonization. And I think that's the main point here, that we see no matter, no regard how the differences between the energy policies of the states is, renewable molecules and also decarbonized molecules are essential to meet our goals. So that's why we should discuss today recent commitments and progresses towards carbon neutrality via hydrogen. We should understand also the technical, economic, and public relations and challenges to gain new carbon neutrality by applying hydrogen technologies and hydrogen measures and policies. So we should identify policy measures which are required to stimulate the market, the future hydrogen market, which are a necessity to foster a future hydrogen value chain. Yeah, and that's why we need and we have to investigate how and where also the UNECE could do more for hydrogen in the region. And I kindly ask you all, please give me your insights, give us the insights in the groups, be active, and I think we can really get something done in terms of input, getting input for UNECE for further action today. As on the next point, we have a very well-known Russian expert in the energy fields, Tatiana Mitrova, which will give us insights about path and attaining carbon neutrality through hydrogen. And she's also the head of research in Skolkovo Energy Center of Russia. And we're very looking forward about her inputs. And maybe if you would be so kind, Mrs. Mitrova, the floor is yours. We're looking forward to her presentation.
Thank you so much, Florian, for this kind introduction, and good afternoon to everybody. It's so nice to see such a big crowd of people interested in hydrogen. You know, actually, during the last year, it looks like a real hype. Everybody is talking about hydrogen. Everybody loves hydrogen. Everybody is preparing to develop hydrogen projects and to start export hydrogen tomorrow or after tomorrow, the latest. And it is creating a lot of misexpectations, I suppose. And actually, to a certain extent, it is indeed becoming a hype, which I would warn might be really dangerous. Because as long as we are just talking and building all these overwhelming plans, actually, we are not really investing, we are not really building the supply chains, we are not actually working on the technologies needed to make these plans a reality. And in this respect, actually, we do not have time for talks left. If we want to be with the 2 degrees or better 1.5 degrees Celsius trajectory, we need to start all these wonderful projects actually yesterday. So in this respect, I would first of all suggest during this whole discussion today to focus as much as possible on the practical projects that could be realized in the nearest term. Maybe not really large scale, because we have to make the first small steps in order to work out the technologies and in order to build the whole supply chains, which are missing currently. Maybe it would make sense actually to start building these supply chains not through the large export-oriented projects like many countries, including Russia, are discussing right now, but rather with the small clusters, local clusters, and maybe small scale, but just to make sure that we understand the whole supply chain, all the components, we understand which technologies are missing and where we need more R&D effort. And also on the regulatory side, it is extremely important to create from scratch, by the way, this whole regulatory framework, which would really incentivize new projects rather than stop them. For example, when we are talking about blue hydrogen, lots of people are saying, great, we can use the existing natural gas transportation infrastructure. Well, sounds great. Indeed, we can do that. But let's think about the new third package. How do we work out liberalized hydrogen supplies? Do we foresee spot market for hydrogen? Or maybe we can already understand how unbundling would work for any hydrogen project that we have in mind. Frankly, I doubt. It looks that for the development of this whole framework, these long-term contracts or short-term contracts, guarantees of supply and guarantees of offtake, it is important actually to have a special framework because it's a new evolving industry, because it needs much stronger guarantees for the upfront investments than the mature industries like oil and gas and electricity. We need to think about proper financing mechanisms. So there are many things to be done before we will actually see this wonderful projection of IRENA to see 12% of global energy consumption by 2050 coming from hydrogen. I think it is realistic, and especially assuming the urgency of action, of climate action, of decarbonization, especially assuming all the statements that were made recently by many countries on their net zero target. So hydrogen seems to be absolutely inevitable if we really want to achieve these goals. But at the same time, it's really critical to have the first projects delivered, to see the first households, industrial consumers, and electricity generators receiving first supplies of hydrogen and making sure that it all works in a safe, reliable, and sustainable way. So I think we need many things to do, first of all. Before we proceed to the large-scale projects, we need to develop a regulatory framework, financial framework, and we need also to learn how to make decisions in this new, very uncertain reality with high risks. I mean, COVID has taught us that world can be really unpredictable. We need to change our mindset, and we need also, I believe, quite massive investments in the human capital, because the skills and the competences that will be needed for this future hydrogen economy, they're quite different. And we need to start teaching people already right now. So I think I've made this broader overview of the challenges that we are facing, but these challenges are also great opportunities at the same time. Lots of new businesses can evolve, and lots of new working places could be created in this area. So frankly, I am very inspired and enthusiastic about this new page of the global energy development. But my final word will be just let's move to the practical project and let's discuss the practical projects. So I'll stop on that, and thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you to have today a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana Mitrova. I think it was very important now to highlight, yeah, there's a hype, but we should get really things done. We should get into action. Thank you for also this really call for action, and also raising and addressing the challenges together with the potentials, especially now after during the COVID, and deal with look out for the COVID-19 recovery. And I think that were great inputs also now stimulating our discussions in the either work streams afterwards. And I think the discussions will really set on focus on these points afterwards, also in the plenary. So on the next point, I want to give now the floor to Mr. Konstantin Gura. He's chair of the group of experts on renewable energy, and he will present a case study for a roadmap for production and use of hydrogen in the Ukraine. And this may provide a model to also other member states on how to develop hydrogen pilot projects for production and of use in hydrogen. So this development of this roadmap has been requested by the Ministry of Energy of the Ukraine and was supported by the UNECE within the framework of the project improving capacity of the government of Ukraine to develop infrastructure for production of use of hydrogen to support green post-COVID-19 recovery. Also a point which was raised now before from Tatiana. And this project was funded by the regular program for technical cooperation. And I'm very looking forward now, Mr. Gura, to your points. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you, Florian. First of all, I want to welcome you here on this workshop. It's really important, and the topic is really important. So I'll ask to start the first slide of presentation. Indeed, hydrogen energy, first slide please, or second. Hydrogen energy is extremely important, and it's a real trend. And if we will speak about the core frame or international framework, of course we must say about Paris Climate Agreement, and we have a very big target to not allow the increase in the temperature more than on 2 degrees of Celsius till 2030. 100 year. Of course, we have EU Green Deal, and we need to have climate neutral Europe with zero net CO2 emissions till 2050. And of course, next slide, please. Hydrogen must and have to play an important role. You know that Europe approved the European Hydrogen Strategy, July 2020. The implementation period of this document or this strategy is 30 years, and planned investments in electrolyzers, it's up to 500 billion euros till during this period. And it's planned to build 6 gigawatts of new capacities of electrolyzers till 2024, and extremely high number, 40 gigawatts till 2030. Next slide, please. Speaking about Ukraine and Ukrainian case study, we have a national energy strategy, and we develop renewable energy sector a lot. And now I must say that we have around 11% of renewable energy capacities in energy balance of Ukraine. But we have a target, according to energy strategy of Ukraine, have 25% of renewables in energy balance till 2035. Of course, it requires a lot of investments. It requires sustainable and transparent policy. So we are working on this. But of course, when we speak about green hydrogen, I can say that if we will have 25% of renewables till 2035, then we can produce up to 5.5 billion of cubic meters of the green hydrogen from solar power plants and wind power plants. Next slide, please. There are a lot of ways to use hydrogen. It could be used in oil refining, in chemical industry, as a fuel for transport, as a fuel for production and of electricity, storage, transmission of electricity, etc., etc. So you can use hydrogen really in different spheres. Next slide. And the advantages, what I must say as well, it's flexibility of the power system, and of course it's a brick to decarbonization of industry and the transport sector. Now we move to the case study of Ukraine and support of UNECE, which was provided to Ukraine in this framework. We developed together with UNECE the special research, which provides the core information about hydrogen market in Ukraine and the ways how to develop this market. Next slides, please. And also, I must say that according to that research, UNECE research, the market potential is 337 billion of cubic meters of hydrogen. And here you can see the proposals of what need to be done in the hydrogen production, in the hydrogen delivery, in the hydrogen storage, how we need to educate and increase public awareness. So all these concrete proposals were provided in the document. So from Ukrainian side, from the side of State Agency on Energy Efficiency and Energy Saving, I just can provide a grateful words for such solid and qualitative work which was done in the framework of this investigation. Next slide, please. It's a good question, what should be done? What is the further steps for our country to develop the hydrogen energy? And first of all, it's required to develop, as I told you already, legal basis, which will allow to expand hydrogen market. Of course, it's very important when we speak about transportation of the hydrogen its development of the standards, because as you know, hydrogen could be used as a mix to the natural gas and could be transported even to Europe through existing gas transmission pipes, what we have in Ukraine. And of course, we need to provide stimulation, state stimulation for this sphere. And of course, we need to think how to develop the hydrogen transportation infrastructure. So here I can say that these measures and these proposals will be a basis for development of the future strategy for the development of the hydrogen strategy till 2050 in Ukraine. Again, I would like to provide gratitude to UNECE for your systematic and solid support of Ukrainian reforms in energy sector, especially in this sector of green hydrogen. Thank you.
Thank you, Konstantin Gura, for your very interesting points. You focused a little bit more on what was also interesting in combination to Tatiana and raised the issues of also the regulatory aspects, which are really crucial for standardization. And of course, like to implement a new sector, you have also legal basis for that. And that's we also want to stress, and I think that's a very important point we're going to discuss now in the breakout rooms. Now we are going to get to the very interesting interactive part. So we are going to split now up into 3 work streams. The work streams of like the main pillars also of the hydrogen value chain, work stream for production, conversion, processing and transportation and use. Each of those work streams is going to be moderated by one of a chair or co-chair for the group of experts in the diverse cases. So production work stream, which will go from the fuel-based production from hydrogen, so from natural gas, coal, biomass, diverse gasification and reformation processes, as well as from the electricity system, from nuclear and renewable energy through electrolysis. This main pillar will be moderated by Konstantin Gura, who had the presentation before, who is also, like as I mentioned, the chair of the group of experts on renewable energy. Then we got point number 2 and pillar number 2, which reflects conversion, process and transportation of hydrogen. It's important that this hydrogen produced somewhere has also to get to its usage. And of course, depending where you get the most, let's say, promising potentials, their transport vectors could be differentiated or could be made via different scenarios. So this point, the transportation and distribution and storage part, is going to be moderated by our colleague Francisco de la Flor. He's a chair from the group of experts on gas. And last but not least, we've got also the pillar and the work stream for the use of hydrogen. As we know, there is the discussion in some countries or in some areas what kind of application fits best for hydrogen, as it's a rare good maybe in some regions. So should it be more dedicated industry, more in transport? Have some countries are also thinking about hydrogen to use in buildings, or only for supplying power generation or to stabilize the power grid. So a lot of discussion potential also here. And this utilization workstream will be going to be moderated by John Gibbons. And John Gibbons is the vice chair of the group of experts on cleaner electricity systems. So I think it would be best then to now split up in these working streams, discuss the points, focus on the most needed actions which we can contribute here from together with the UNECE, and we shall meet again then at 4 p.m. CET in more than, including a break, like 70 minutes. So there's enough time for discussion and also for pinpointing the main measures in this point. You shall all receive the link before for the new Zoom meeting. Afterwards at 4 p.m. please link again into this Zoom call, which is going to be also a Zoom call for the plenary discussion. So thank you and see you at 4 p.m.
Okay.
Excuse me, is there anyone there for the group on production?
Yes, I'm here.
I'm here. Yep.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
I can hear nothing.
Nor can I.
I hear people speaking, but I don't hear presenting.
Yeah, that's people like myself and others in the audience who can hear nothing from whoever's in charge of the session.
Well, here I'm both hear and see very well. Thank you.
Lucky you.
Andrew, I think we may be just waiting for the host.
Okay, fine. Yeah, thanks, Lee.
I mean, previously I got an email that it's going to start at 15:10, so it looks like in 30 minutes.
Oh, right.
I'm not sure. I think this is, from my information, this is due to start at 14:40 in literally a couple of minutes' time. So.
Well, guys and girls, that doesn't mean that while we are still online and somebody is hosting us, that we cannot start discussing between ourselves. What do we think about the potentials of hydrogen production? And in my case, I would try to make a clear differentiation between green, blue hydrogen and how we can actually designate which is which when we transport through the common network.
You mean in terms of guarantees of origin?
Yes, and I mean, we already have experience with guarantees of origin for renewables, but this is going to, I think, not be so valid as the situation with hydrogen, especially if we use the existing gas infrastructure, and some of the players in the field would be the same players as it is now with gas.
I guess this has already been partly addressed through the biomethane market, right?
Dear colleagues, so I'm here again. Can we start our session assessing the hydrogen value chain? I think yes, we can start.
We can start, yeah.
Yes. So let me now change my hat, and from being the last speaker of the plenary session to moderator. And within this role, I am glad to welcome all speakers and participants in the ad hoc discussion of Group 1 on production. The hydrogen production plays an essential role in industrializing economy, as many chemical processes require the use of hydrogen. In 2019, roughly 70 million tons of hydrogen were produced globally for various uses, such as oil refining, to produce ammonia, methanol, and also as fuel in transportation. The global hydrogen generation market size was estimated at about $120 billion in 2020, and is for sure expected to reach nearly $124 billion in 2021. No need to enter into technicalities, but we can just mention that there are four main sources for the commercial production of hydrogen: natural gas, oil, coal, and electrolysis, which accounts for 48, 30, 18, and 4% of the world's hydrogen production, respectively. Fossil fuels are the main source of industrial hydrogen. Methods to produce hydrogen without using fossil fuels involve the process of water splitting H2O into its components oxygen and hydrogen. When the source of energy for water splitting in renewable or low carbon, the hydrogen produced is referred to as green hydrogen. The political momentum for hydrogen production of last years has contributed to the widespread of low carbon hydrogen technologies, highly contributing to global efforts towards climate change mitigation and meeting the Paris climate targets, as well as contributing in the attainment of the Sustainable Development Agenda and its goals, in particular SDG 7 on energy. Last but not least, I would like to recognize, as its chair of the group of experts on renewable energy, the contribution of our group of experts to support UNECE member states in increasing the uptake of renewable energy in the region. As a country representative, I would like to renew my gratitude to UNECE for its support in promoting the renewable energy and energy efficiency development in our country. Just worth to mention the REN 21 UNECE Renewable Energy Status report and UNECE Renewable Energy Hot Talks held in Kiev in 2016. And I can say that after these years, already several billion of investments or several billion of euros as investments were attracted in Ukrainian economy. As well, it's important to say about developing a very useful research in the last few months, which represented as a research for future strategy for the development of hydrogen energy in Ukraine until 2050. And actually, my last presentation were about this. It should be noted that the development and adoption of such strategic document on the development of hydrogen technologies in Ukraine will promote intensifying innovation and investments activities, strengthening the economy, increasing the competitiveness of Ukrainian enterprises, energy independence, and improving the climate situation. However, I have already provided information on this last activity in my previous intervention, and therefore I would like to turn your attention to the focus of this specific session. Without the intention of being comprehensive, the members of today's panel represent different technologies of produce of the hydrogen. Today we will speak which one is the main pathway for the future. I'm not going to give you the answer now, but my colleagues will do this. The future of hydrogen is definitely green, but there are intermediate phases to be undertaken in the coming years, investments to be made that can bring hydrogen to a different commercial scale and can take advantage of existing infrastructures. I would like to introduce you our panelists in their order of intervention. Each of them will have 6 minutes for their statements, and then the rest of the session, approximately 30 minutes, will open the discussion to participants with the questions to the panelists or short comments. I would like to start the discussion, and I'm pleased to introduce the distinguished panelists what we have today. It's Ms. Alena Farger, Special Advisor on Hydrogen Projects, Sven Capital Partners, Mr. Evgeny Green, Deputy Head of International Power and Hydrogen Gazprom, Mr. Nazir Ramazanov, former GRE Chair, my colleague, and now he is Director of Business Development, Corporate Energies Company. And of course, Mr. King Lee, the Director of Harmony Program, World Nuclear Association. I will look forward to a fruitful discussion, and I'm pleased to give now the floor to Alena Farger.
Thank you so much, Konstantin. Dear fellow colleagues, dear attendees of the workshop, good afternoon. Very glad to see you today. My name is Alena Farger. I'm an investor in renewable gas space, and I'm delighted to be also a member of a group of experts of gas at UNECE. If we go to the next slide, what I want to bring to our discussion today is an update from France, where our investment fund is located, and the investment on the financial challenges to increase the production of clean hydrogen in different UNECE regions and attract more private investment in this space. So as I said, I'm principal in Sven Impact Fund for Transition, which is the first investment fund in Europe dedicated to renewable gases exclusively, biogas and hydrogen. The fund was created 1.5 years ago, and we raised 175 million which are ready to be invested in renewable gas production and distribution space across different European regions. A small update on the next slide from France, where I'm based. You may be aware that French government has announced recently a green recovery plan with a special accent on hydrogen. The plan is doted with 7 billion euros to be deployed in the 6 coming years, with a particular focus on clean hydrogen production locally and support of the industrial wing in order to produce necessary technology components for clean hydrogen production. On the next slide, you can see the distribution and the different policy implications and effects of this recovery plan. Just to maybe remind you, that the need of investment in the hydrogen space in the coming decade is very important. If we talk only about France, a national call for express of interest was done earlier last year, which has resulted in the voiced ambition for 33 billion euros needed to be investment in the space. The government reacted accordingly with attribution of this 7 billion public support plan, with a main focus, as I said, on production, with an objective of 6.5 gigawatt of installed electrolysis capacity by 2030, which subscribed in the 40 gigawatt ambition at the European level. The 30% of this plan will be supporting heavy mobility decarbonization through hydrogen, and around 20% are distributed and attributed to research and development and innovation activities. So we see that the challenge is big within the hydrogen space, and the production side is crucial. And I'm really looking forward to have a perspective from the delighted colleagues of the panel on different production technologies. So on the next slide, you may, well, what my vision is, and I hope you share it. Hydrogen technologies for the main part of it are there for the production side. The public support, I gave you example of what is happening in France, but similar programs have been deployed in different countries such as Germany. United Kingdom is about to do so as well. Spain, Portugal has announced some important support programs as well. So public policy concern and related support for the hydrogen industry is starting to get there. And the financial need is quite important. The investment which are needed to be done in the production, if we are speaking only about Europe, is 40 billion by 2030. My main recommendation and the main observations, and maybe also a call for action, is that on the policy side, I see a drastic need to design and implement supportive mechanisms across different UNECE regions in order to address the surplus, the green premium of clean hydrogen compared to gray hydrogen, in order to ensure this initial deployment and until learning by doing and scale effect will take place and induce a drastic cost reduction. On the financial side, where I'm based now, I see a strong need to elaborate and implement different innovative risk-sharing schemes between public and private financial actors in order to finance early clean hydrogen projects in all regions. And from the industrial perspective, my takeaway is that there is a strong need to ensure and contract long-term offtake commitments for clean hydrogen produced already today, which can be used for transportation, heating, and e-fuel projects. By aligning those three different axes, policy, financial, and industrial one, I do believe that we can ensure a sustainable and long-term clean hydrogen production across different UNECE regions and bring this technology to the scale. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. After we will have a part for questions and remarks. And now I would like to give a floor to Mr. Evgeny Green, who is a Deputy Head of Division on International Business Department of Gazprom. Evgeny, please, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Konstantin. Good afternoon, and thank you for some kind invitation. My name is Evgeny Green. I'm working as business developer for hydrogen business in Gazprom headquarters in St. Petersburg, and it's a pleasure for me to present some parts of our vision, how to attain carbon neutrality and possible role of hydrogen from natural gas there. Please start with the slides. Here is a short introduction of Gazprom as a low carbon footprint leader among energy companies. And we continue our work to minimize methane emissions and CO2 emissions of Russian natural gas supplies into Europe. We had some success here, and this success was verified by independent company, KPMG and others. Also, I want to mention that Gazprom presented a position paper on how to effectively reach the EU climate goals. You can see it on the right part of the slide. We see hydrogen is a quite important part of this way, but we want to also highlight that there are plenty of natural gas related measures that may be implemented for quick and cost efficient achievement of short and mid-term aims for decarbonization. Next slide, please. The European Green Deal aims to make the net zero by 2050, which implies 1.4 gigatons fall in CO2 emission each year. However, not everybody can understand what does it mean. And this CO2 emission reduction is equivalent to closing about 250 gigawatts of coal plant every year. And this is more than all energy sector in Germany. And the closure of and all such CO2 reduction requires every year. Meanwhile, in real world, we see that only China has the same amount of new coal-fired power plants under construction or under development right now. So this is a long way. And we, in this regard, I want to highlight the statement of Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change that we do not have time to wait for the expansion of renewables, and we need to use all available technologies now. And we especially mentioned that we need to use CO2 sequestration technologies. You can see on the slide the chart, and we can see that EU Net Zero relies on carbon capture and storage at massive scale by 2050. And you can also see that fuel switching may be part of the solution to realistically achieve the goals of EU. Next slide, please. Yes, Konstantin has already introduced the colors of hydrogen. This chart shows the main inputs, materials, processes, outputs, byproduct, energy consumption, and life cycle emissions. And here I want to highlight that green hydrogen, which is produced by electrolysis, is a very high intensive technology. In case of produced fully from renewable source of energy, it's low carbon footprint technology. But in case of grid connection, it results in CO2 emissions even higher than for gray hydrogen. In case of German grid mix, it's 3 times higher than gray hydrogen. Also, methane pyrolysis, this is a technology which we promote and developed. It is labeled as turquoise hydrogen. It requires about 7 times less electricity. And in case of supply by the renewable source of energy, the process will result no CO2 emissions besides some scope 3 emissions. And in case of using biogas as a feedstock, it may be even negative carbon footprint. Next slide, please. Here is a more closer look on the advantages and disadvantages of different technologies. We see that thermochemical sources are very cost competitive, but emit CO2. So it may be compensated by carbon capture and storage. And we can see also the pyrolysis, that one of the solutions. And this main advantage is that it requires less energy. It may have co-production of so-called black carbon, which may be used in industry or easily stored. It also requires no water, and it is partly integrate fluctuating renewable source of energy at lower cost at high efficiency. The technology needs some time of to develop at large scale, but several industry players are working on it in various continents. It is also some questions to green hydrogen, but I will skip this part of the presentation, please. Next slide. Yes, this slide has a lot of information which maybe shall be shown on 5 different slides. So that on the left part, you can see the different forecast of future hydrogen demand. And there is a very big uncertainty. We need to highlight it. And this is the question, how to take final investment decision for different players to invest in hydrogen production, taking into account this uncertainty and taking into account uncertainty with the liquid market of hydrogen. On the right part of the slide, there are some charts which represents carbon footprint of different technology and their cost competitiveness. We can see that carbon footprint of the production of blue or turquoise hydrogen is well below the taxonomy or certified threshold. We can also see that green hydrogen needs to see future cost reduction of about 80% to become competitive to blue hydrogen and turquoise hydrogen. And in the middle, there is a map of Europe where we can divide countries as suitable for blue hydrogen and turquoise hydrogen. We see quite low amount of countries introduce CCS as a solution. So we expect that pyrolysis will find the market niche on here. And the last slides, yeah, please, yes. This is final slide with recommendations as required by the organizer of this workshop. We see that focus needs to be on efficient reduction of emission with a technology neutral approach. It's about hydrogen production. It's also about general emission reductions. We see that fast emission reduction is cost efficient with the replacement of fossil fuel by natural gas. And we see also that natural gas plays an important role in case of flexibility and intermittent renewables integration in the system. We see that large proportion of CO2 emissions are technically unavoidable, and we need CCS solutions for them. Yes, we see blue and turquoise hydrogen may be cost competitive and the competitive taking into account the carbon footprint. Yes, and we see also that promotion of research and innovation and support this research and innovation for all colors of hydrogen is crucial. And also we see that politics shall focus on life cycle carbon footprint and CO2 abatement costs rather than to choose one technology and support this. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Evgeny, for your presentation. Again, I would like to remind that the panel for interventions and questions will be afterwards, the presentations. Now, I would like to give a floor to Mr. Nazir Ramazanov, former JRE chair. Nazir, floor is yours.
Hi, Konstantin, thank you. It's nice to meet you again. First of all, I would like to welcome all the participants of the workshop, and I would like to express my high appreciation to UNECE for providing this unique chance to talk about this very important topic. And well, in principle, we see that today the world leading countries develop deep carbonization strategies, and the hydrogen plays the role generation and storage. What we need to keep in mind that in this context, the hydrogen has to be the low carbon. Whatever sources we use to generate the hydrogen, to produce the hydrogen, it should be as clean as possible. Sure, at this point at this moment, we always talk about the green energy because the main source of the energy comes from the renewable energy, and I do believe that the renewable energy and together with the green energy would be the dominant energy sources in the future energy system. However, today we understand that in a short-term and mid-term perspective, it's not possible to scale up with the green technology, green hydrogen, and then completely cover the whole demand. It's not realistic. Well, what we can see that by producing the hydrogen with the fossil fuel base, we also generate a lot of CO2s, and I just wanted to draw your attention to the graph on the right side. This is from the Readiness report. We can see that by 2050, we want to achieve the 1.5 Celsius degree Celsius scenario. We need to really work hard and reduce the CO2 emissions like an 36.9 gigaton CO2 per year by 2050. And here, of course, if we look how we can do that, renewable energy plays here the key role in the decarbonization effort, where the 90% of the solutions in 2050 involve renewable energy through the direct supply, electrification, and energy efficiency. Well, those things are not going to happen by itself. Of course, there should be a lot of investment attracted into this sector. And based on initial assumptions, it was around 98 trillion US dollars, but it turned out that we will need more, like in 33 trillion US dollars more. And if we don't invest in time, then sure, that would be, like already our colleagues already mentioned, that it's already late, but then it would be completely late. So on the next slide, we will see what is the current situation. I mean, right now, the hydrogen is not fully integrated in all sectors of economy, and not on every level in this chain. Like if we think really far future, then we are expecting that it's not only the industries will get benefit out of it, also households and the transportation sector, all the sectors will get benefit out of it. However, today, if we're talking about the green hydrogen, it's not really cheapest solution. And the reason is because the main source of energy is renewable energy, and it's not that cheap, and the technology is not that efficient at the moment, so that's why it increases in value. However, there are some positive signs as well. If we think about the one of the sources is the wind, and if the wind energy capacity would be 50%, and the tariff would be 25 to 30 megawatt hour, then I would say that the hydrogen generated from this source would be quite competitive on the market. Another example, recently the Denmark declared that there would be 28 billion euros invested into the offshore island, which would be the biggest project in Denmark. This kind of big large-scale projects, of course, will reduce the energy costs, and which potentially can open the front for the production of green hydrogen. At the moment, we don't really know that if this technology would be used, but we assume that would be one of the, let's say, the solutions. Well, those things, of course, are good, but if we are talking about large-scale really production and expanding, let's say, so we need to start from the very beginning. On the next slide, we can see that this is also the diagram showing the countries and where they are at the moment. And some leading countries already developed their roadmap and strategies where the hydrogen plays a significant role, and based on those strategies, they are, let's say, further set up the targets and go further. But a lot of other countries still don't have those strategies yet. And this reminds me the topics that we discussed in the past in terms of the renewables, when we're always trying to push forward, oh, we need the new strategies, we need the new tariffs, we need new policies, we need this and that. The same applies to hydrogen today. And then if simply we already have a lot of experience, and I think what we need is just to set up clear targets and on a global and national level for all the countries, and setting up the proper policies and the stimulating mechanisms that support the hydrogen to be really to expand. So, and shortly about next slide, I will tell you about two things about key takeaways, that renewables and the green, let's say the hydrogen, at the moment represents the limited share, but it should be but those technologies are fulfilling the net zero emission criteria in principle. So that's why we have to go forward in this direction. And increasing the renewable energy share will reduce the energy prices, and of course that will help hydrogen to develop faster. So, and the second, let's say the pillar, that is the cooperation and the strategies, that the first of all, the cross-border cooperation must be strengthening. And here we're really looking forward, I mean, and we believe that the UNECE will play a great role as a supporter. And strategies containing the realistic targets needs to be developed on both on global and national level. And the new policies, like I mentioned before, have to consider, have to develop, and they have to consider the future infrastructure needs as well. So that's it for now. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Nazir, for presentation. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. King Lee, the Director of Harmony Program of World Nuclear Association. Mr. King Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Constantine. And thank you for the opportunity to provide an overview of production of clean hydrogen from nuclear energy. Today, I'm speaking as the Vice Chair of the UNECE Group of Clean Expert Group of Clean Electricity. Perhaps want to highlight that currently nuclear energy provides the largest share of UNECE region low carbon electricity, and it provides 50% of ECE region low carbon electricity. And as the Chair highlighted, mentioned in the plenary about Ukraine strategy, and Ukraine currently over 50% of electricity from Ukraine is produced by nuclear energy, and Ukraine energy strategy to 2035 intends to increase the use of nuclear energy. So we consider that nuclear energy provides an important role as part of a mix of low carbon energy for transition to net zero. This slide shows that it's important to understand that nuclear can generate low carbon hydrogen via a number of different ways, by providing low carbon electricity and heat. It can so it can generate hydrogen by low temperature water electrolysis using electricity, but also it can generate hydrogen by steam electrolysis and thermal chemical process. The fourth mean is not low carbon, but it can support steam reforming of methane. And you might difficult to see on the chart at the corner right of different nuclear technology and the different temperature output is technology. So currently, some of these nuclear technologies are in operation, some of these are in development. And it shows that very high temperature reactors has been demonstrated to provide heat up to 950 degrees centigrade. And perhaps I want to make a note for the Secretariat to update the slides at the beginning of the hydrogen value chain infographic to note that nuclear can produce hydrogen from electricity and heat, not only by electricity. Next slide, please. This slide shows the technology readiness of nuclear energy for the production of hydrogen and highlights some of the development that's underway within the ECE region and globally. And these are just some of these project and initiative. in the US, the Hydrogen at Scale initiative aimed to fund a number of different projects, particularly one of these projects looking at using existing nuclear power plants to generate hydrogen, and Exelon is aiming to host a 1 megawatt electrolysis at this plant and have that operational in 2023. And the Idaho National Lab is working with Xcel Energy to demonstrate high temperature steam electrolysis. Note, some of these more advanced technology I mentioned before are under construction and testing. China is currently constructing a high temperature gas cooled reactors that's under testing at the moment. This reactor plans to operate at the end of this year. And this technology, with a design temperature up to 750 degrees C, can provide the high temperature heat for steam electrolysis or for thermochemical hydrogen production. Japan have a high temperature test reactor with a design output of 950 degrees centigrade, with a particular view for investigating hydrogen cogeneration production. And in 2019, it have demonstrated the iodine sulfide thermochemical process for 150 hours. And Japan's intending to connect the hydrogen process to the test reactor directly. In other regions, in Poland, also investigating the use of high temperature gas reactors, primarily for the production of heat and hydrogen for industrial application to replace coal-fired boilers for process steam production. In UK, there's been a study to look at connecting the existing Asian nuclear power plant to generate hydrogen. And for the proposed UK Sizewell C nuclear power plant, EDF have issued an expression of interest to seek partners to develop its hydrogen demonstrator project as part of Sizewell C Energy Hub. Next slide, please. Maybe I just want to say a few words about costs. As we all other speakers have mentioned, that the extent of deployment of low carbon hydrogen will be dependent on the economics and business model. Perhaps some of the main drivers for hydrogen costs are the capacity factors for the energy supply, the capital costs, and the efficiency of the electricity, and the capital cost of the electrolyzer. A recent study by Lucid Catalyst in 2020, as shown in the chart, shows that using current conventional nuclear new build in EU or the US, even with high capital costs, can produce hydrogen around $3 per kilogram of hydrogen. And in the Asia market, where large reactors are being built, in China can deliver clean hydrogen for less than $2 per kilogram. And we note that for long-term operation of existing nuclear power plants, where have the lowest generation cost of low carbon electricity and its high capacity factor, is well placed to produce low carbon hydrogen. The Lucid Catalyst study also look at using new advanced modular reactor, and with new manufacturing based methods like modular construction, it could deliver hydrogen on large scale for around $1 per kilogram of hydrogen. Also, our colleagues in the International Atomic Energy Authority have studied a range of nuclear reactors with different hydrogen production concept, and in that study, it shows that for a high temperature reactor coupled with sulfide iodine thermocouple cycle system, hydrogen production costs are estimated into the range of 1.6 to 2.4 US dollar per kilogram of hydrogen. Next slide, please. Perhaps some key points and takeaway. We feel that all low carbon type technology have to be considered on their own merit to produce clean hydrogen. Nuclear energy is a proven low carbon source of electricity and heat and can be used to produce low carbon hydrogen via several efficient processes. Current large-scale reactors, in particular, long-term operation of existing nuclear power plants, can deliver clean hydrogen at low cost today. A new generation of advanced modular reactor provide high temperature heat with new modular construction can deliver hydrogen with further cost reduction. So therefore, appropriate policies are needed to ensure that nuclear energy can play its role as part of a mix for low carbon hydrogen production. And classification of hydrogen created from nuclear energy should be classed as green, and the classification should be technology neutral and based on the carbon intensity of the source. And support should be expanded to the market and service of current large reactors into integrating low carbon system and sector coupling with renewable for hydrogen production, electricity, and heat generation. And we need to support both research and development of advanced modular reactor for efficient production of hydrogen. Thank you very much for your attention and look forward to the discussion.
Mr. Lee, thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. Dear colleagues, do you have any comments, questions to be discussed? Dear colleagues from the Secretariat, maybe you see the raised hands because I cannot.
I think I saw some comments that there is.
Yes. So comments in the chat, we can see them. Maybe if there is no questions, I can ask its question to the panelists.
I think Joseph has a question.
Who?
Joseph has a question.
Yes, Joseph, please.
All right, thank you so much. Well, I put my comment already, but I just, if I have a chance to ask a question, I'm very happy. First, thanks to all the panelists. I enjoyed all the presentations from Gazprom, from France, and from even the nuclear industry. But I'm having just a couple of questions here. Like 5 years ago, I was working on hydrogen, and the interest in hydrogen, well, not just in Europe, but even globally, was not as much as we can see today. There was more focus on batteries, and I can see now there is a rising global trend in the global hydrogen markets. So what I'm just trying to understand what has driven that new trend. The other question I'm having is regarding the just on the hydrogen from nuclear. Just for my esteemed colleague, don't you think also the word green would also be related to the environmental waste given from the nuclear side, and not just the carbon intensity? So I'm just interested to hear his comments on that. Thank you.
Chair, may I reply to that question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All energy source consume material and generate waste. So as a nuclear is a very dense energy source, so we produce a small amount of waste. So, but however, obviously, some of the waste are what we call high-level waste. So that have been carefully managed, and so far the nuclear sector have safely managed to store and manage those waste. And regarding the final disposal of the high-level waste, a repository is being currently being constructed in Finland, so that will be shortly demonstrate the final disposal of waste. But as I mentioned, all technology consume material and generate waste. So each of those technology have to manage their own waste appropriately.
Okay, thank you for the question, Joseph, and Mr. Lee. Thank you for your answer. In the chat, I see that actually I propose who want to ask a question or give a comment, please write this to the chat, and we will manage as this. I see that Alona want to give a word, and then I will give a word to Torstein with a comment, and Vladimir Shatocha with a question. So Alona, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Konstantin. I wanted to address the first question of Joseph about why today we're speaking so much about hydrogen. So it's not the first time. There've been a first hydrogen wave a decade ago, and what is different this time, and what is giving a place for a lot of interesting discussions and actions in the hydrogen space today. From my perspective, there are two factors contributing to that. First, policy and social concern about need and urgency to act now in order to mitigate climate change and align with the 2-degree scenarios plan. The second important thing is that renewable energies are getting to the cost parity with fuel-based solutions in more and more regions already today, and it will continue to do so. And so those two factors combined, the policy and social concern and availability and widespread of renewable energy, which need to be integrated in the current energy mix, make the place of hydrogen even more relevant and even more appropriate today.
Thank you, Alona, for your reply. Now, as we agreed, the word to, I'm sorry, we have one more answer from Nazir, and then we move to the next comment. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Konstantin. What I wanted to say that yes, the other observations are correct. There have been a lot of discussion in the past, and then it started just like going like parabolic up. And I remember back in the days in early 2018, even when I was the chair of the group of experts on renewable energy, I started discussion with Francisco how we can speed up this process, because it's not only the matter of being fancy modern thing, but it's also the matter of many factors. So I would say that one of the factors, these are a lot of countries thinking about the energy security, and they see the chances there. So another thing is that from technical point of view, there are a lot of production facilities, I mean, in terms of the renewable energy, and they're looking for the storage options. There are some other technical guys thinking, yeah, we need to find the other alternative way to have a lower cost fuel for transportation sector, and which should be also the clean. So, and also the environmental impact. So that's why I think slowly, when all these sectors came together, and this just somehow matched this period of time when all the interests cross each other, and then it's turned to a big boom. So this is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Nazir. So now we move to a comment of Torstein.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm calling in from Norway, a member of the gas group. And thank you very much to the speakers for very interesting presentations. And I think it's clear that we have to discuss cost, scale, and the time perspective. And one important aspect from the gas industry is that this is a very long-term business. It takes a long time to develop production facilities, infrastructure to bring the product to the market, and also end user market. We know that from the gas industry, we're talking decades and billions of investments. So to have an impact, we have to realize it will take time. And that's why I like the idea. We are in a very early stage. Technical neutrality is very important at this point in time. And we also know that energy access will vary from, country to country and from region to region. I mean, we are selling gas from Norway to whole of Europe, and to develop pipeline system there, it took a very long time, and we cannot scrap that system. So probably we need to think also alternative infrastructure. We cannot just shift this overnight. So I think technical neutrality is key here, and it was very interesting to listen also to the nuclear perspective in this context. If you look at the product to be replaced long term, we're talking about 100 million barrels of oil every day. We're talking about 3,500 billion cubic meters every day, annually, of gas. And to have impact, we need to have a realistic approach. Also, to better understand the cost, Evgeny showed a very interesting chart on cost, the cost picture. And we have to realize also that there is something, we need a market for this. So the hydrogen has to be competitive. So one question I had, in addition to my general comment, what does really a $3 cost per kilo hydrogen mean in terms of replacing diesel, for instance, 1 liter diesel? Because I find it hard to understand the dimensions here, and the debate is often not really related to practical life. Maybe you have an easy, quick answer to that cost figure. Are we talking, talking 1 liter diesel is about €1. What does $3 per kilo mean? Can that replace 1 liter, or, can you explain that link there? Thank you.
Dear panelists, do you have an answer? Yes, Alona.
If nobody, I can address this one. So thank you so much for your question. To give you an order of magnitude, if we are talking about passenger cars and usage of diesel compared to usage of hydrogen in the fuel cell cars, so 1 kilo of hydrogen allows you to run around 100 kilometers. So a full tank of fuel cell electric vehicle is about 6 kilos, which ensures you autonomy of 600 kilometers. The same, let us say, which is comparable to what we can see with the diesel cars. And today we can of course speak with cost, but from the price perspective, if you want to have this for a full tank for a diesel car and the fuel cell electric vehicles, the hydrogen price you can have at the point of recharge is around 10 to 12 euros per kilo. So otherwise, the production cost is a very important point you mentioned, and it varies depending on what technology we are using in order to produce. The most used technology today is steam methane reforming, where the production cost varies around 1 to 2 euros per kilo. We also mentioned nuclear pathway with today's discussion, Someone also mentioned pyrolysis of natural gas. And if we're talking about electrolysis with renewable electricity in, let us say, a representative European country, the cost of production varies between 4 and 8 euros per kilo today.
Thank you. So now we move to the question of Vladimir. And then I just to announce, then it will be a question of David Hess, and then we finish. So Vladimir, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm from the National Meteorological Academy of Ukraine, from Dnipro, here in Ukraine. And this session was indeed extremely interesting to me. I want to share a concern that I have a feeling that actually shifting to hydrogen can cause increase in final energy demand because other needs are not going anywhere, and they could be covered through the same sources through which we are going to cover the energy demand for hydrogen. So how would you reflect on that? Because actually hydrogen is seen as a like panacea for everything, from starting from like fuel for vehicles to iron making. So maybe it's more reasonable to define like more strategic ways for like or niches for hydrogen shift, and mostly I'm concerned about growing energy demand for that. Thank you.
So, dear panelists, do you have any comments on this?
May I offer a comment from Norway, Torstein?
Yes,
again?
sure.
I think this last comment was very important. We have to not to forget that there are strong polluters that can be eliminated in very short time. And here I'm talking about coal replaced with gas. We should not forget that that is a low-hanging fruit, and it can happen very quickly. So and the same with renewables, that can replace more polluting fuels. So we should not, let's say, I wouldn't say waste energy, but we should prioritize the use of energy into places where it had biggest impact. And as it was said here right now, it takes energy to produce hydrogen, and we have to bring that to market and so on. So it's a very complex process, a long-term value chain. So that was just a quick comment to that issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So, Nazir, yes, sure.
Yeah.
Yes, Nazir, please, floor is yours.
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, I understand the concern of Vladimir. Then he says that by switching completely to hydrogen, it will increase the energy demand. But what we need to keep in mind that we are not completely going to switch. There will be complete switch from all the sources to hydrogen, simply because there are a lot of investment already, and nobody's going to ignore all that. At the moment, if we're talking about the green hydrogen, yes, it needs a lot of energy. However, there is also some project here in Germany together with the Fraunhofer University that people are working to see how new technologies can be developed to make this electrolysis process more efficient. And yes, there is difficulties with energy need, but we are really thinking that while the technologies are advancing, it would be more, let's say, efficient and less energy demanded. Thank you.
Thank you, Nazir. So now we have 4 more comments. But before this, I would like to give a word to David Hess. But please, 1 minute maximum for each intervention, because we are already out of the time limit. So David Hess, the floor is yours.
That's very kind. Thank you very much. Mainly, my comment was actually just to address a comment raised in the chat by Klaus, which was just to point out that it's quite standard for nuclear decommissioning and waste management costs to be incorporated into the LCO of nuclear, and that would have been reflected in any chart that was looking at the hydrogen production costs of nuclear. I would just sort of go on to say that it is important to maintain a technology neutral approach and to include all sources of potential clean production of hydrogen, and nuclear is certainly one of those. And that there are multiple pathways by which nuclear energy can produce low carbon hydrogen. Hopefully this group will look at them in some more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Bruce Chisholm, please, floor is yours now. If no, I see your comments into the chat and everyone can see. Klaus Wilnow. Do you want to provide a comments? No. Then I saw a comment of Oksana.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to bring to the attention of the community that when we speak about the cost of production of hydrogen and looking at the different options of using the renewable energy and the other methods using the fossil fuel, we need to realize that currently fossil fuels are heavily subsidized by the government. So actually the users never pay the full price. And my question is, do you keep in mind that those subsidies exist and that actually fossil fuels are to be, let's say, to stay competitive, are subsidized massively to keep the market? Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move to comment of Francesca. No. So very final one will be a comment of Vladimir Bujinski.
Hello. I am.
Hello. Yes, 1 minute, yours.
Yes, I am vice chairman of the group of experts for clean electricity systems, and I think that all technologies have to be taken into account, but we need to have a production large-scale system which will not be possible to be based on steam methane reforming, because what I wanted to mention that the burning 10 kilograms of coal gives us the same energy as 1 kilogram of hydrogen, and burning 10 kilograms of coal produces 10 kilograms of CO2, and burning 1 kilogram of hydrogen produced by steam methane reforming makes more emissions than coal. So this is not a progress. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for your comment, Vladimir. So now we will summarize our session. I'm really want to express my personal gratitude to everyone, to all panelists, to all participants of this session. And I believe that hydrogen is our real future. It's not only ideas, it's real life. And in 5-10 years, maybe even faster, we will receive, let's say, real projects in the hydrogen sphere. I wish everyone to achieve your professional targets on the way of improvement of climate and green world environment. So thank you a lot. I would like also to inform you that if you want to stay, not if you want, but for staying for the next plenary session, you can keep the same link. So with these words, I would like to finish this panel. Thank you a lot, and stay safe and have a good day.
Thank you, Konstantin. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you so much, Konstantin. Thank you, everyone. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Konstantin.
So back to the mainstream. Florian, are you here?
Francisco.
Yeah, Florian is here.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we are back in the plenary.
Perfect, back in the plenary. Then from now on, you take the lead together with Florian.
No, you will. Now we'll have the Florian will take the lead, and
Okay,
then three
right.
of you
Okay,
and
good. Perfect.
I also sent you in an email with a few slides, and we'll invite our panelists also to, as we discussed, to give 1 minute impressions of the key takeaways. So what you remembered and what I sent you with what they say, I think we'll summarize this fine.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
I have the
yeah.
Okay.
Hi,
Already.
Florian.
Okay. So Branko, do you say like also the not only the rapporteurs but also the panelists will get insights?
So I simply invited the panelists to kind of help the rapporteurs with their own impressions. One minute, and you may say to everybody, because I think we all collectively remember more.
Perfect.
Yeah. So the same goes for the use group when they join. John Gibbons, if he joins.
Mr. von der Moel, there's a lot of noise.
sharing? I'm a little confused. So it's okay. Thanks. I think we are now reconvening again in the plenary, but I might be having same problem. So do you see it nice on your screens, or you want me to switch?
Well, we see it, and we see also the next slide, Eva.
Okay, so I need to do this. Now it's better?
Yes.
Okay, yoo-hoo. Thank you. So the third group is migrating now. Thank you. Let's maybe, Florian, wait for 3 more minutes, 2-3 more minutes, and then we can reconvene. Thank you so much. Florian, I think we can start now.
Okay.
Thank you for waiting.
Perfect. So welcome again, everybody. I hope you had fruitful discussions in your breakout rooms and your groups. I kindly ask everybody who is not talking to switch off the microphone, as we have some disturbances and already had it before. So please keep that in mind for all the next hour of discussion in the plenary. So after now coming back here, I would like to ask the moderators from the breakout groups to give us a short reporting, what their main finding in the discussion have been, what biggest impact solutions did they discuss, and what topics did they raise, how can the UNECE here make a bigger effort at least, and how can the UNECE help to develop the further hydrogen value chain in this region. So I would like to ask, please, Mr. Konstantin Gura again, for the group of production, and also all the panelists who have been in the group of production are also afterwards, after Mr. Gura, kindly invited to also make some statements or insights they have seen in their discussion group. Konstantin, the floor is yours. Konstantin, are you there? Well, then maybe we can simply skip the groups and afterwards come back to production. In this case, I would now kindly ask group number 2, in that case, the transport and storage and distribution group. Francisco, could you please share insights how the discussion went on in your group, and afterwards I kindly ask also the panelists to give their key insights from the discussion, and please tell us what the UNECE could further do to develop the hydrogen value chain and hydrogen applications in the region.
Thanks, Florian. I think it's excellent just to hear directly to our 5 experts, because our real 5 experts just haven't shared very good insights that could be useful for this region. I will start with my own takeaways from what I hear is first that all ways to transport and storage are for the time being necessary. So let's be agnostic. Let's do that in a very cost-efficient way. Cost-efficient way can be done first by reusing, retrofitting, repurposing what we already have in place. Blends has been mentioned by several of the speakers. So blending as a starting point, or in those places where the possibility to directly connect production and distribution with big pipe and big production site and utilization site, blends is the way to set up this business. Storage, just the necessity of the storage, and also storage is the cost-efficient way to store energy. Big projects. I learned that big project and big processes are at the same time as examples, concrete examples. Big projects, big entrepreneurships are very important. Also, we have the main just initiative of the European Union, and here we hear how the roundtable on transport and storage is working. And finally, regarding the regulation, why not mirroring what we have already for the gas, and starting with this mirroring, and then we don't need to start from the scratches when there is already something in place, but of course deserving fine-tune. So these are probably quick takeovers, and I would like that the panelists quickly also bring from the top of the mind couple of quick conclusions from the site, and then to integrate. Starting with Abel. Abel, are you there? Abel?
Yes, I'm here, yes. So
2 statements.
Couple of statements. Just to add to what you have said, Francisco, from my side, just to remember that hydrogen is a global element. It's not ending on your border. So there will be a need for, let's say, cross-country, cross-continent trade of hydrogen, linking different regions and countries and markets, those with a higher production potential and those which are expected to be the consuming centers. So there is a very strong international dimension for hydrogen, and it's exactly on this dimension where UNECE has a role to play.
Thanks, Gael. Something from your side, in addition to what you feel reflected? Gael, but
yes.
Please.
Thank you, Francisco. So yeah, we saw that the cost of reusing a pipeline was 20% the cost of building a new one. So I think it's worse, in fact, that UNECE encourage the kind of fact-based studies that are done at European level on pipeline reuse in other countries, in other UNECE countries. Making sure that we identify the technical leap, the pipelines that are possible to reuse from a technical point of view, but the ones that are also possible to reuse from a business perspective. That's my
and
takeaway.
They are already in place.
Exactly.
So
they are already there. Yes.
Currently,
no problem of NIMBY.
exactly, Gael. Thanks, thanks indeed. Eva.
Yes.
Your turn.
I would like to add that also not to only concentrate on the large pipelines, but also look at the distribution level, because we have millions of kilometers around Europe, but also in other countries connecting millions of customers. Do projects. I think the projects are key, and spread the news. And this is important because there is so much happening around the world and everybody's gathering intel, and we have to make sure that this information is shared between the countries, because it can speed up the development and make it a lot cheaper if the information is shared between all the companies.
Thanks, Thierry, the man with, I mean, big vision, just and landed in projects.
Yeah, I think what is key here is volumes and costs and volumes, which are important. And it's a chicken and egg situation and need to be solved immediately. The idea that it's going to be a step-by-step process is mistaken. It's like any big pipes, you know, when Russian gas was brought to Europe 70 years ago, 60 years ago, it was not brought by tiny little things. It was brought by very big infrastructures. So we need to think big, just the way those infrastructures were developed 60 years ago. And most importantly, we need to connect those places where the resource is. And where is the solar, the hydrogen resource going to be? There again, if we want to go for the low cost approach, that is going to come from solar. And so when UNECE thinks, you know, it's fine to be very inclusive. It's even better to be pragmatic and concrete and to see where the product is going to come from. And the product is going to come from the south. That's a very important message here. The pipelines are going to connect north and south.
Thanks. So that creating an integrated market, continuing with the integration of the market, that is also to highlight. Thanks, Thierry. Siegfried and the storage is a very relevant part of this, let's say, this segment, the focus on the storages. Siegfried.
Yes, indeed. And what I got from our breakout session is that having a hydrogen backbone is essential, and this backbone is done by storages and pipeline transportation. And it's so important because you have to balance the production from the production countries and the consumer countries, and between is the security of supply issue. And this is very essential if you're talking about hydrogen on a big scale. I think this was short and simple.
Very short. So, Florian, you see that in 10 minutes, we summarize the debate. If we had more time, for sure we could write a big list, but here this is the nitty-gritty, and this is very complementary for each other. So, Florian, back to you.
Francisco. Thank you, Francisco. Yeah, like great outcomes already from 60 minutes discussion. So that's quite a range already. So in order to try to make the whole value chain fit again, I'm going to try again. Is Konstantin Guran now here? And can I ask for maybe a reporting from a production group?
Yes. Thank you for giving me a word. So I would like to speak about key takeaways and recommendations. And speaking about key takeaways, of course, we need to focus on the efficient emission reduction with a technology-neutral approach, of course. And I believe that policy shall focus on the life cycle, carbon footprint, and CO2 abandonment cost. And natural gas plays an important role and will continue to play the role with more intermittent renewables in the system. And of course, speaking about hydrogen development, I again can say that it's our real future. Speaking about recommendations, as usual, we need to find a combination between policy, finance, and industry. For policy, as it's usual, we need to work on, let's say, understandable legislation, which will provide supporting mechanisms across UNECE region to address initial green premium before learning by doing, and scale effects ensure further cost reduction for clean hydrogen projects. So this is about about policy. So from my private point of view, I see that even taking Ukrainian example, renewable energy sources became competitive with traditional energy sources even. So sometimes we can speak not even about feed-in tariff, but for example, about guarantees of origin issuing and then selling these guarantees of origin, about net energy metering scheme implementation, etc., etc. So here we need to understand that renewable energy also could compete without, let's say, feed-in tariff even with traditional energy sources. But for this, we need to have sustainable legal basis. Then financing. Of course, we need to find possibilities to attract private investments into the sector. Because only with private investments we can scale up the market, we can scale up the new projects. And of course, I need to say about cross-border cooperation, and I think that it's a subject for UNECE coordination and UNECE support. So thank you again for giving me a word, and keep in touch.
Okay, thank you, Konstantin. So I already also heard out that also from the production group, the gaining competitiveness of the renewables are also a big discussion point in your group. We also had this in the transportation sector as presented by Thierry there about the regions which have like the most cost-effective potential to produce hydrogen, in that case renewable hydrogen. But last but not least, to close the value chain circle, now I would kindly ask also Mr. Gibbons to give us insights about the last group, the use and utilization group, and I'm very interested now what your main findings were in this group. Please, the floor.
Yes, so I mean, one of the main findings, I think, which ties in with what other people said, is that the important thing is the carbon footprint of the hydrogen, and that needs to be considered rigorously. And I think that includes upstream emissions for natural gas sourcing of hydrogen. But you taken in the round, it's just that carbon footprint that matters. And even for renewable production, you will have a carbon footprint that has to be considered. You just should move away from debating what color the hydrogen is to get onto what the climate really cares about, which is how much CO2 emissions are associated in its production. So I think that's a very key message, but that applies to all sectors. Obviously in use, there's many different sectors that can use hydrogen, and we have the idea that between 45 and 60% of emissions could be addressed by hydrogen, although perhaps not all of them would be. However, jumping around a bit, it appears that up until 2030, and arguably it's harder to see further ahead than that, most of the quantity applications are likely to be in industry. And initially industry that's already using hydrogen, so refining ammonia and methanol, potentially in industries that aren't using hydrogen yet, but could use it for high temperature applications. So steel, cement, steel obviously reduction, as well as high temperature, cement and other fired heaters. Those could also be major. There's a major push for deployment in fuel cell vehicles, in the sense that it's a big change from where we are now, maybe 9 million vehicles by 2030. But we also were aware that this was a very small demand for hydrogen and level of decarbonisation. So there's this challenge that there's a lot to do, but also a lot more to do even if we achieve the targets we've got. Transport in other applications, so aviation and shipping, was also identified as a route that could be either through designer fuels or through ammonia. And then we also identified hydrogen storage and the use of hydrogen in to meet energy market fluctuations as being a significant use for hydrogen. I see other groups have come up with that too. So I'll stop there. Does anybody else in this panel want to add anything? Any comment?
So if I may ask, so have you in the group also discussed as specific points what UNECE could also do to address like the main focus applications and uses you identified? Is there some kind of policy measure you could imagine the UNECE can like promote or somehow incentivize in certain sectors here the usage?
So at least one of the factors that came up was to emphasize that it was the carbon footprint that mattered, which would both help different sources of hydrogen in the short term, but also emphasize the long-term absolute requirement for net zero. There was a note that industry was important, and also well, conventional industry, conventional use of hydrogen, but also other potential industrial uses because they're novel, they need support, but they can use quite large amounts of hydrogen. So that was also looked at. I'm sure I don't think we really got onto very much hydrogen in domestic heating or building heating, but clearly in other sectors we get this question about making infrastructure hydrogen ready, new investment hydrogen ready as far as possible. That's something else that can be done. It's quite important. And the vehicles will need a lot of encouragement. There's no question about that. I think there was, and I think the thought of the group was that it was quite important to push hard to 2030 because even that relatively modest target was quite hard and we were going to have to do a lot more. So again, I asked the group if they want to please make some other comments.
If there would
Tony.
be comments.
Pose a question very quickly to Mr. Gibbons.
Yeah, Tony, yes.
Yes, Mr. Gibbons, I apologize. I missed the session on use. I would like to hear if you covered any takeaways on shipping. The use of hydrogen on shipping. I work very closely with the global commercial maritime industry, commercially, specifically with the Greek fleet. And I'd like to find out what your thoughts are as where developments stand with regards to hydrogen and electrolyzers in the shipping industry.
What do you mean by electrolyzers?
Excuse me, Mr. Mal. Would it be okay for you that we can keep that question and afterwards discuss it in a Q&A? Okay, would it be good for you and also for you, Mr. Gibbons?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, perfect. In order to keep on track with time management. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
John, just to add a quick answer just on that incentive. I guess there are some indirect incentives. For example, the RED II. Renewable fuels and non-biological origin. So, hydrogen use in refining is encouraged to some extent by that directive, and even methanol, waste to methanol, biomethanol is incentivized as well. So there are sort of indirect incentives for industry to use hydrogen.
Yes, thank you. Thank you also for this good point. And especially for RFNOB, Delegated Act from the European Commission can definitely help here to increase also demand for renewable hydrogen. So gathering together these points, well then think that would be then to discuss them in the Q&As, because now we have also another speaker here, and I really would like to introduce also here Frank Wouters, who is currently working as like global lead for Whirly, and he's going to present us his recent work about a Hydrogen Act for Europe. So I'm very looking forward now for your insights, and Mr. Wouters, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Can I
click on my presentation, or do I have to say next? Because there's a lot of clicking to be done.
I think, Eva, you're in control of the presentation. Am I right?
Yes, Frank, I'll be helping from here.
I'll be saying a lot of clicks then. Click, please. And yeah, I mean, many things are not rocket science, as the saying goes, but hydrogen definitely is. If you look at the big brown cigar that contains the fuel for the space shuttle, half of that is hydrogen, the other half is oxygen, because in space, obviously, you need some extra oxygen to burn the hydrogen. But it is a testament of the powerful hydrogen. 4 times more energy per weight than, for example, gasoline. Click. So today, go into very quickly into the role of hydrogen in Europe, and then secondly, the main thing is the Hydrogen Act for Europe. Next. Now, if we look at the energy situation in Germany last year, then on the left we see the share of electricity in final energy consumption, around about 500 terawatt hours, and more than half of that for the first time is variable renewables, and mostly hydropower, solar and wind. And that has grown very fast and is continuing to grow. Next, but and this is obviously something that you know, is part of the effort to decarbonize the European energy system, which is supposed to be net zero carbon by 2050. But we also have to realize that electricity is only 20% of all energy. And then if we look to the right, we look at the molecules, 2,000 terawatt hours. It's a lot more bleak, if you will. We only have 9%, and that is mostly biofuels. But the bulk of it is coal. It's, of course, liquids. It's natural gas. And there is 2 things that we need to do. First of all, we need to increase the share of renewable power in the electricity mix, and then we need to massively electrify. Next. And this is a picture that Germany, and this Germany is a prototype. It's more or less, the numbers are more or less, the ratios are more or less the same for the entire continent. And this is a this is a picture how Europe's energy system could be in 2050. We could have a 50% share of electricity. Of course, it could be more, but it could also be less. But we will still have a substantial share of molecules in the final energy demand of the continent. Now, that also has to be clean, otherwise it wouldn't be a net zero carbon emission system. And what are the options in the molecules? Next. First, obviously, we can have you know, more biomass, but there is limitations to biomass for various reasons. Next. We could have, you know, we could still continue to burn hydrocarbons, but then we would need to capture and store the CO2. Again, limits, and probably something that will become more expensive over time. Next. And then the third option is green hydrogen plus its derivatives. We've heard about those in the previous discussions. You can make ammonia, you can make methanol if you have some carbon source, and other fuels, for example, more complex molecules for aviation. And of those options, in my view, you know, hydrogen has in a way the best cards, because it can be done small, it can be done big, it can be done almost everywhere, and it doesn't have the limitations that the other 2 have. Also, the more you do it, it's like with flat screens and your cell phone and solar panels, the more you make these things, the cheaper it gets. And that is something, you know, you get into this positive, you know, spiral. The more you make it, the cheaper it gets. Again, the more you make it. Next. The idea about the 50% green electricity and the 50% hydrogen, by the way, if 50% hydrogen is mostly green, that means almost everything starts with electricity. We conceived this paper that looked at Europe 50-50 by 2050. We also then concluded that you cannot do that in the continent of Europe. You need already 2,000 gigawatts of solar and 650 gigawatts of wind just to do the 50% electricity. If you have to double that to make hydrogen, you just can't do that in Europe. It's too crowded. We don't have the resource. So you look at the neighbors, and that's how we came up with the North Africa Europe Hydrogen Manifesto. We presented it to Frans Timmermans, Executive Vice President of the European Commission, in the summer of 2019. And I think he read it, because he did mention when he was questioned by European Parliament, in my dreams we will import hydrogen from Morocco. So some of those elements definitely came across. It was a 2050 vision. So then the next piece of work, we distilled what needs to be done until 2030. That piece of work was the 2 × 40 gigawatt initiative. And you may have seen that is part of the European Hydrogen Strategy, which looks at the number of these very concrete targets going forward. Next. And this was the strategy that was released on the 8th of July. There has been some discussion also earlier today about green versus blue. There is very, very clear preference for green, but recognition that we need blue for a number of reasons. There's concrete target, 6 gigawatts in 3 years from now. That's a massive number, but also 1 million ton. These things don't add up. I mean, if you install 6 gigawatts of electrolyzer, you won't have 1 million tons. So that also indicates that you need blue. 40 gigawatts in 2030 and 10 million tons. Again, the numbers don't add up. So you need to add blue, and you need to also import, especially by 2030. I think those are relatively straightforward conclusions for that. Obviously, large investments associated with these targets, the bulk of that is obviously in the electricity, because that is just where most of the money, most of the investments are required, because it does start with electricity. The electrolysis is actually a smaller part of that equation. Next. So then we had the bigger vision. We had the 2030 targets, and the hydrogen strategy in Europe is full of ambition. It's rich in ambition, but very poor in policy detail. I mean, there are some ideas about how to do that, and do auctions, and carbon contracts for difference, yada yada yada, and guarantees of origin, but not really to the level of detail that you need. And one of the issues is that the regulatory regime is very unclear. Next. If you look at currently where hydrogen is discussed in Europe, it's part, as Ian already mentioned, the Renewable Energy Directive. The gas folks are obviously taking ownership because they say hydrogen is gas, so we want it in the gas package. It's part of emission reduction, it's part of transport, it's part of fuels, it's part of industrial policy. And the electricity sector says, no, we make it from electricity, so it's ours. The renewables, claim ownership. It's all over the place. And what our thinking was that we need to find a central place to think about all the aspects that hydrogen needs if it's going to be an important part of the energy system of Europe. Next. So instead of having these, disjointed discussions and parts of regulation informing hydrogen, we think it's better to, have one, solid debate about all these aspects that hydrogen touches upon, and then inform the other sectors. I think that just makes more sense. Next. And this is, a structure that we've been working on in almost the last year, I would say. We've called it a Hydrogen Act. It looks at the market, and it looks at infrastructure. And the vision is in the market side that you are working towards a mature market for affordable and reliable hydrogen that has replaced natural gas and other fossil fuels. Again, by 2050 in the net zero carbon system. The infrastructure works towards a sophisticated European hydrogen infrastructure that has replaced large parts of the natural gas infrastructure. And we have identified 3 phases. There's a Kickstart phase that basically ends when we have the first target date achieved, which is 2024, when you need to have the 6 gigawatts or the 1 million tons. there we, in the infrastructure side, we look at first projects. There is clusters, you know, the hydrogen valleys, the international projects of common European interest. There is already initial pipeline projects, whether it's blending or conversion. All of those things, they need to happen now. In the market, again, you also need to think about these, how to get these projects off the ground. I mean, they need either a carrot or a stick. And again, you look at captive production, you look at blending, the valleys, IPCEIs, pipelines, etc. One of the major elements in that is that we need to relax the state aid limitations that Europe imposes on member states. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. Even if you put 100% capex subsidy on some of those projects, they still would lose money because, you know, fossil gas is just cheap. So until we get to a price point where we're competitive, you just do need to think about those things. The ramp up phase is basically covering the period until you're fully cost competitive with most applications. You know, we're looking at blending, we're looking at building hydrogen valleys, but also the backbone is absolutely crucial. So there are several backbone infrastructure projects in the Netherlands, Germany, France, Spain, and pan-European, where you're basically looking at converting existing natural gas pipes to accommodate hydrogen. And then in the market, you know, you need to look at how you stimulate the production, but also the supply side, but also the demand, because without demand, why do supply? So that needs to match. You need to think about, you know, volume control, pricing control. I mean, these things, they sound very communist, but I mean, this is just the reality of things, that you need to work towards a market system. But until there is a free market in a competitive situation, I mean, market manipulation is just the reality of things, like with emissions trading and other things. And also renewables until they were in the money. Guarantees of origin is absolutely crucial, and also to some level, you know, tariffs. You got to think about those things. Then the market growth phase is when you've reached that market point and competitiveness with competition. You still need to continue converting the infrastructure, very crucial. But then, you know, you'll have on the market side basically a situation very similar to natural gas right now. You have various sources, various price levels. You still need guarantees of origin, because people may want to buy, you know, gas from a certain origin, from maybe they like a certain technology or a certain geography, etc., etc. Various policy elements can still feed into that last bit of the market. Yeah, this is a framework. It will be released, I think, in 2 weeks from now. There's an event organized by the Portuguese, who hold the presidency of the European Union this half year. Yeah, let's hope that we will be able to stimulate some debate on this topic.
Thank you, Frank, for very detailed also inputs we already had. So I also thank all the other presentations and presentators from the previous session, and also from the presentations from the working streams. I think a lot of very valuable inputs have been already made here, and I heard a very big amount of good suggestions how the UNECE can further support the hydrogen value chain. But at first, I would like just now to open the floor and to ask if there are any immediate interventions from any participants. I already have seen there's some questions in the chat, but if anybody wants to raise the voice and just make an intervention, please feel open to do so.
Yes, Florian, if I can't react quickly to what Frank says, my colleague Frank, I can agree with some of the things he said, except one, where I frankly completely disagree, which is that a separate separate act for hydrogen should be in place. I do think that should be exactly the opposite. We already have a framework that should be mirrored, and just take and improve what is in place for gas, because hydrogen is a gas. is CH4, H2 is a gas. So that in that point, I cannot disagree more. And I think that we should have, hopefully the Commission should be also in the same page, that we have the same framework with just nuances from one or the other, not separate the framework, because to develop at the same time and to foster the hydrogen, let's say, economy, we have to just link on the current, let's say, methane based. So please, we will withdraw from the conclusions. That is not acceptable for me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for Francisco also for a statement about that. So I kind of understand, of course, that this presentation before just set a different kind of angle, but I think it's very important to have the discussion also this different kind of angles also from regulatory perspectives. So I would like also to give Nigel Holmes now the floor. I saw that he's also having a question to Frank. Please, Nigel, the floor is yours.
Florian, good afternoon. So sorry, I just need to check the question. Is that the one about thinking of the future hydrogen economy with hydrogen at the center, but as a distributed production model and not just a centralized production model?
Yes, this was a question you at least addressed to Frank in the chat.
Yeah, it's most likely going to be both. Like with electricity, we have now a situation where, you know, renewables, you can do them you can do them big and you can do them small, you can do them decentralized, you can do them centralized. You know, that debate, I've followed it for, you know, the last 10, 15 years. And you do have both. You know, you do have more and more solar on the roofs of houses, but also large integrated, lower cost centralized plants and infrastructure connecting also, you know, large users. The thing is, you can do many things decentralized and small, but if you want to convert a steel mill that produces 10 million tons of steel per year, you need gigawatts and gigawatts of electrolysis, and that you can't even do close to the steel plant. So you do need infrastructure, you do need large production sites for some of those things, otherwise you're just not very cost effective.
Thanks, Frank. I think my only other comment would be, we need to learn from the early projects at small scale, make small mistakes so we don't make big mistakes later on.
Yeah, at the same time, I mean, what is small and what is big? I mean, if I look at electrolysis, I mean, electrolysis is, you know, is 100 years old. It was actually the main way to make hydrogen was through electrolysis until natural gas came and, you know, basically pushed that out of the market. But hundreds of megawatts of electrolyzers were in place in Zimbabwe, Norway, in other places almost a century ago. So now we're getting back to that, and it's not. I mean, it is rocket science, but it's not really rocket science. So I'm not too concerned. We're advising at the moment, for example, NEOM in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They're building a 2.2 gigawatt electrolyzer plant, 110 20 megawatt units, several gigawatts of solar and wind connected to it. I have little technical anxiety that that thing will work. It will.
Okay, thank you, Frank, for also answering these questions. And you're going to receive, if you may allow it, another question, because Francesco Lovat from IASA also wants to address one, and if I may read it to you. So how do you see the support role of innovative electrolyzers, such as solid oxide electrolyzers, in the EU hydrogen strategy?
Yeah, that is a good question. It means you always need to innovate, and part of the, you know, the cost curve is innovation, so that you get higher efficiencies and, you know, get to scale and all of those things. So there is a couple of promising projects in that space. I mean, it's early days for solid oxide. It's much higher temperatures, so challenging on materials. But we do see some very interesting projects. There's a recent one that I discussed this week in the port of Hamburg, which tries to make ammonia from using a solid oxide electrolyzer, and then you have also an integrated heat transfer loop, which provides some of the heat from the ammonia loop to the solid oxide electrolyzer, which is just more efficient in that. Some of those things definitely interesting, and Europe is leading and should work hard to to keep that leading position.
Yes, thank you. If just well, to close also the questions for this regard, I'll give now maybe Ian again the floor because of the question before to the use and the question regarding hydrogen usage in shipment, as I was understanding. Ian, could you please repeat your question? So if not, then we are going to skip that point and now maybe concentrate ourselves again on the questions. So thank you again all for the inputs and also for the detailed questions to the panelists and to the presentators. So please just focus again on the main question: how can UNECE now help to accelerate hydrogen economy? We already heard very worthy inputs from the presentators, but maybe also some of the audiences want now to raise voice and address the questions. So should the UNECE engage more in hydrogen politics, maybe also in the color debate about the hydrogen production? Can the UNECE play a part in assisting nations and states in implementing and maybe rolling out or also drafting hydrogen strategies? Yes, is there maybe potential for helping in the development harmonization between member states in the strategies? Yeah, and is there a possibility also to make progress, to help progress some member states with the hydrogen policies? Yeah, or should there be a further, more detailed UNECE-wide vision for hydrogen, maybe via a UNECE hydrogen action plan? So, and which other legal instruments can be not only with focus of the EU, but also broader, the whole UNECE region, address these questions, and especially which role could UNECE play there? So if anyone wants to also please raise again the voice or have an intervention about that, floor would be open.
Florian, it's Nigel Holmes again. So when we talk about green and blue, in our session, we had a fairly sort of vigorous debate around life cycle analysis, greenhouse gas footprints. Is this an area, do you think the UNECE could help to harmonize the approach and make sure that when we're looking at both green, blue, grey, pink, yellow, or whatever, we have a consistent approach, both in terms of how it's looked at technically, but I guess more challenging, could this also help to harmonize the markets in terms of helping markets to understand that what they buy has a genuine footprint of a certain level?
Yes, that's a very good point on that. And maybe also Frank would like to reflect shortly on this. What about the, what would you see questioning about like the production, I say like the production footprint in order also to stimulate markets? What do you see from your perspective? And also after you analyze the very details for your Hydrogen Act, yeah, which kind of measures could be broadened up out from the EU also to the UNECE region?
Yeah, I mean, what in my view makes sense is a sectoral approach, because I mean, hydrogen is something that replaces many things. Obviously, hydrogen in ammonia and in refineries replaces gray hydrogen, so that's your price point to beat. But if you're providing hydrogen as a transport fuel, you're in a very, very different price bracket. If you're supplying hydrogen
to a steel mill, you're basically replacing coking coal or natural gas, depending on the technology. And I think that's why you know, having, in the end, you'll have a single price. But if you look at the way, for example, the Netherlands, when they discovered the Slochteren gas field, and they first had a cost plus approach in the country itself, where, you know, okay, you have some cost and then you sell it with a small markup for your domestic purposes. When they started looking into exporting the gas, they actually adopted a different approach, a different pricing approach, which was the price of what you're trying to compete and undercut. So if you're replacing fuel oil, which was in many places the thing to replace in Germany, they said, okay, we have to just be slightly cheaper than that, otherwise people wouldn't buy it. So that is, I think, in the end, you have to find a way, you know, to look at a sector and make it work. And then you have the carrot and the stick. I mean, the stick would be a quota, which is something that is already prevalent in the Renewable Energy Directive, where you just dictate anybody selling fuels into the European Union has to have a growing percentage of renewable fuels. Hydrogen is one of the options. Or indeed a carrot, which is a subsidy, price support, some other type of financial support, until that is not necessary anymore. So I think a sectoral approach is absolutely necessary.
Can I just respond to that? That I don't think that you do need those carrots and sticks at all. If you have, say, an emissions added tax, where people are taxed on the amount of emissions that their particular process adds, which therefore also means that anyone who removes emissions gets a credit. And that acts as perfectly adequate carrot and stick, as long as the tax is set at such a level that it reflects the social cost of the emissions. You don't need any carrots and sticks, and the market will deal with it.
Interesting.
Thank you also for the contribution. So I think like the question is also in that way what Mr. Howard now said. So the design of different carrots and sticks can vary, and I think it's not a question, of course, yeah, how to design them and maybe how granular to going to implement that in order also to roll out this market. Yeah, but very good point at least. Yeah.
I think economists have analyzed many tax systems and found that the value-added tax is virtually the best of them. And the least market distorting. So why can't we just use that structure and call it an emissions added tax?
I see Tim has his hand up.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to follow up, if I could, on Nigel's comments around the colors and things. And just to flag that a number of countries are looking at the methodologies for understanding what the emissions of carbon are. And so at the IPHE, the International Partnership for Hydrogen Fuel Cells, we're looking at that. And then it's going to be the unique characteristics and policies in countries that then will determine, and the Commission might decide that they want a certain level of emission associated with hydrogen. Others in other regions in Asia or in the Americas might decide a different level. So colors are a bit deceptive, I think, but the idea of having an agreed to methodology on understanding what the carbon footprint is from the different production pathways is very important. And then countries can apply those, once they know what those values are, to whatever definition of what they deem as low carbon. So that is a very important piece of work that needs to happen in the years ahead. Just want to flag that.
I would question that, because if you have something like an emissions added tax, it's done naturally by the taxation system. You don't need to define various different colors of hydrogen. You just, the cost of the hydrogen you produce is taxed accordingly.
But it's unique global costs, though, apply globally, because you obviously have complex supply chains.
Well, you have exceedingly complex supply chains in the economy at the moment without having to apply any global costs. You just apply the value-added tax as it is.
And whose value-added tax is that?
Sorry?
Whom? All I have to, each country will have their unique circumstances. An approach will be applied. It's a consistent methodology of understanding the carbon, I think, is the key.
Each country can apply a value-added, an emissions added tax at the level that it wants, and give credits at the borders or charges at the borders to equalize import and export.
Yeah, thank you also for this point. So now, in general, this is a question of implementation, and I think like what all the speakers focus now is the question which really can be implemented in the short term, or at least done from UNECE level in short term, yeah, in order to stimulate the market. So I also heard now from several points the question, of course, the standardization, harmonization, also due to production schemes or production methods. At the end, if you want to trade a good, you only can trade it if it has a certified standard. So that was I was, by the way, asking Frank, because you had guarantees of origins only after 2035 for trades. Was it? Did I read it right in your presentation?
No. So basically, and again, I mean, this is an ongoing debate, but the way we conceived it was that you have a guarantee of origin with a dual function. First of all, it's a threshold, and for example, the life cycle carbon content of whatever hydrogen color you would like to call it needs to have a certain quality for it to be allowed in any system. So that you have at least a minimum or a maximum CO2 emission associated with that. So that is one function. But then later on, you could have just the description of the type of hydrogen with associated, the emissions would be largely non-existent, but you still have made from solar or made from offshore wind or made in Spain, and people could attach a value to that. I mean, that is then later on the only function. It wouldn't be the threshold function, because you just don't need that anymore after 2035. Okay. Thanks for clarification. So yeah, I kind of guessed it in the right, but thank you also again for explaining it to the audience. Yeah. So I just also had one more question that I see right now. So how does the audience regard also here mutual capacity building projects amongst member states, and maybe coordinated through UNECE? Could that be a potential also for this organization, or would that more be in a more centralized or a more bilateral way seen? But definitely it's going to be something we can also reflect on. So we have one question still left, and maybe we could also now discuss just the wrap-ups on also, because I think most of the questions have now it's already been addressed, also this left one. So I think that the question of capacity building is something we should definitely reflect on in the UNECE, how our potential and the capacities are in there. So in sum, what I at least heard out of the discussions of this very, very good inputs from all sides, and really thank you all for contributing to this discussion in this very detailed way, with giving very concrete and explicit expertise to us, and also to the UNECE Secretariat. So we heard that there's of course potential for harmonization. We heard there's potential also maybe to look into the implementation of both sides, small and bigger projects, where we have to address also the question, what can we here, how can we contribute here, in what depth, in case of the UNECE, also hydrogen task force and group for external gas. But definitely we see that also the vision of the hydrogen market between those certain areas of production which can cost effectively produce hydrogen, be it from renewable sources or other cost-efficient users, can also connect the demand. So I think this vision for the connection between the different sectors, and maybe connect them to holistic strategies
throughout the regions, and maybe also to help to share the knowledge between the member states of the UNECE, how they're going to see hydrogen being taking place, implemented in their regions, can also help just to satisfy hydrogen markets, or at least bring them more together. And I think that's one of the main things also UNECE has here a role and can play a very important role. But we are going definitely to focus also on the other inputs, going to make it there, and there's still here the main core points which we also could discuss in future for us, for future UNECE work on the place. But maybe because it's 1 minute before 5, I want, like, from my side, really thank you all for input. Thank you for the discussion. It was a pleasure to host this as a moderator, and also a pleasure to gain all these insights and inputs. Also, thank you from my side to the Secretariat for organizing this whole event. And maybe we can now make a really landing on the point. It's 5 p.m. I want to maybe give also the last word also again to the Secretariat. From my side, thank you, greetings from Vienna, and enjoy the Wednesday. Thank you for this very fruitful discussion.
Thank you so much, Florian, for great moderation. Thank you again, all speakers, chairs, and thank you really all participants for joining us today. It was really interesting 3-hour session, a marathon, I would say, but with a lot of interesting inputs. So we will share information on website. Please stay tuned. And as Florian just mentioned, we will continue engaging with all of you and additional experts who would be interested in engaging in this topic in the course of this and next year. I also want to mention that from tomorrow we have the 8th UNECE session of the group of experts on gas. You're all invited. That was also shared with you in invitation. So we hope to see many of you again tomorrow. Thank you for your time, for your contributions, and we look forward to continue working with you on this very important topic. Thank you.
May I also add, if possible,
yes,
to thank our colleagues from UNDP who made possible this Zoom workshop, and to thank the interpreters for their great work, the plenary and groups 1 and 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Oleg. Thank you. And thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Presentations. Good day for everyone.
Goodbye.
you.